Alright. Had to, set things up here. I am, like, gonna start another journey here. And, last night I had to cut off stream super early. Because, well, turns out, sometimes you have things that go on in your life, and you're like, oh, hey, yeah, I'm just gonna have to straight up drop everything and go help someone. We'll put on, honed bolt there. Like, we'll just put on my generalist build for, like, wandering around the area. And we will begin Journey 10. Alright, open the door. So, the goal for this stream is to get to Radon and Moog. And beat both of them in one single stream. But we're gonna have to work our way up there, because I refuse to do Vare's questline. So, we're gonna go beat up, this guy over here. And hold on a moment. Hello. Alright, I have to, basically... Uh... Yeah, I'm basically, like, becoming tech support for my family in a situation I should not be in. God, I love the, Sword of Night and Flame. But, like, basically, the problem is right now my family has to have someone watching Grandma 24/7, and unfortunately, I am the only one who knows how to, like, configure her Wi-Fi. So, anytime there's a problem, they just call me. So, let's go, do the tutorial cave. God, the fire aspect of the sword is just so overpowered. Whoops. Alright. Nine one nine 1248. Alright, so now we need to fight Soldier of God, Rick. So we're gonna go visit Godric straight off the bat. Oh, that was easy. Like, I remember when that was actually difficult. And I have confused myself as to where I'm supposed to be. Oh, lag spike, lag spike. Big lag spike. Gosh darn Windows updates. Yeah, we're just gonna head straight up to Godric after talking to Melina.
Have you heard? Hey sir, but you, I can play turning room to aid you. You need only to the foot of the... Then it's settled. Summon me. Ah, Torrent, treat him with respect.
Alright, so with that out of the way,
everyone who came, only to have their arms taken. Did you know? It's quite a lot. You're all on and heading to enticed by. Well, that makes us two people. I don't have your. It's scary. I want to. I'm nothing. Fine. Can you take me? The poor thing deserves someone braver than my son. It'll be glad you're willing to make me a chrysalid. But it was a can tell them I love and finally get him. It was a pleasure. Tell them I love and finally get in the house.
Alright, so we're gonna run on up and go pay good old Margit a visit. Alright, summon Rajir, because I like having meat shields even if I don't need them. And, like, it sort of makes my opponent's HP larger, so why not? Besides, he's pretty much the same as me anyways. Well, I tried dodging that. And another call.
Smouldering with thy meager flame, cower in fear of the night. The hands of the fell omen shall brook thee no quarter.
Yeah. Like, I am... Like, if I'm a bit distracted, it's generally because I'm, like, having to deal with something family-related.
I've been to see what it seems torrent, whereas I may. There is but one I can take gathering plate. Very well. Let my hand.
Take me away, magic woman. There we go, maxed out that inventory item as well. Grab the rune arcs, because slowly but surely filling up my inventory. Alright, back into Margit's castle. So for Margit, we really don't have to, like, make any sort of special build. I can generally just show up, uh, style on them, and be on my way.
You there? Come over here, would you? It's title. You'll breach the... Yeah, you're just... I pray.
Yeah, he's gonna follow us and try to kill us, and I'm fine with that. Like, I don't normally take this way, so we're gonna go this way. And besides, not like I have a lot of runes anyways. Yeah, these guys get fire bombs. That is something to watch out for. A single Saint Trina's arrow. You know, I didn't think you could actually jump over here. Proved me wrong. Rusty Palace key. What even, you know, okay, enhances guard counters. No mercy. We be practicing Cobra Kai here. Fire grease. Yeah, hold on a moment. I gotta go downstairs and check on someone. So if I die while I'm gone, well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, okay. Had to check to see what was going on downstairs because somebody was supposed to have left by now. Yeah, fun fact, Sword of Night and Flame can actually, hit around corners if you're careful enough. Weathered Straight Sword and Pickled Foulfoot. Okay, now my mom is leaving. Because, everything is kind of in a mess right now. Oh, hey! That is a, sword I haven't gotten yet. Like, having 80 arcane and just getting, like, super rare random drops is actually really nice. Now, I could talk to Rogier. Or I could just continue along, deal with problems as we go by. Banish Knight Greaves. Yeah, I ain't dropping down there. Like, you do the ulcerated tree spirit once, you never want to do it again. Yeah, hold my... let's hold our horses here. That was not clean. Highland Axe. Like, look at all these bodies.
fine warrior. One who tarnished I am the fellow. I'm hereby declare how utterly this graft is tainted the. If you intend to challenge Godric, I ask you the winds run far. I'm certain, father. Apologies, as fellow town down whatever. Apologies, as fellow town down whatever.
Alright, so now we can summon her for the fight. And I summon her for the dragon smithing stone I want. Probably not gonna need these golden seeds, but we'll keep collecting them. Call up Nefeli. Let's go. Well, I just got stun locked by Godric of all people. There we go. Second phase was technically hitless.
We'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
And we'll take the shortcut out the back.
What a birthday. Oh, he got what he would tell you though. He had.
Ain't nothing else for me to do here. Alright, so we are going to bum rush Rhea Lucaria Academy. And we're going to want to hit this up. Run past the crustaceans. God, this area is so foggy, it's hard to tell where you are. Let's grab the side of Grace over here before I take on the dragon. There we go. Easy dragon kill. Back to the scenic isle. Oh, nope. So let's see if I can get to Queen Renala in the next I don't know, 12 minutes. Try to beat both Godric and Renala in under an hour. I mean, time-wise, it's totally feasible. In practice, though, it's not something I'd be normally willing to do. Alright, ladies and gents, let's go invade Hogwarts. Alright, no time to stop for pleasantries. We gotta get going here. Alright, we took out Hogwarts Central front guards. Now we're gonna run past here. Now, recently Hogwarts has taken up some more esoteric schools of magic study. And recently they've come under audit from the Ministry of Magic. Now, I distinctly do not recall magic puppets wielding swords as being part of the required ministry-provided curriculum. And I do not remember when we re-added the Necromancer course. But definitely going to take points off for that on the audit of Hogwarts here. If I am having to run to get to the entire other side of the castle to make it to class on time, we may be having a bit of a problem here. But fortunately, all ministry employees are required to maintain a level of physical fitness that allows them to escape from dark wizards. So running from the undead is totally normal in this line of work. So we take a brief rest here. And we are going to have to fight the hyper-aggressive Hogwarts students. Apparently recently, they really started getting into the dark arts. Now, I'm not sure what to think about that. But, given it is my job to inspect this school, gonna have to take points off for that. But I will say, these students have really worked on their endurance. Being very good at resisting here. And who let the necromancy pot in here? That is a definitely demerit. Yeah, they might want to teach the students here more fire protection spells. I am finding a... Ooh. I will take this staff. It is now ministry property. So I have heard rumors that Hogwarts has a bit of a canine problem. Apparently, previous headmaster was not good at training the dog. Fortunately, ministry-provided skills allow me to easily take on the dog. So, now we gotta find the supposed headmistress. Apparently, the headmistress has, apparently gone insane, and the students and staff have locked them inside the library. If we're going to finish this audit of Hogwarts here in the lands between, we're gonna have to deal with that. And when did Hogwarts invest in giant rolling balls of doom? That is not a part of ministry safety guidelines. Now, this Moongrum guy, I am just going to, use my full ministry authority to nuke him. Like, I'm sorry, but you're in the way, buddy. Your headmistress has been evading taxes, and we're gonna have to deal with her. As a ministry auditor, it is my job to make sure ministry workers pay their taxes. Now, unfortunately, it seems that the headmistress has brainwashed and remolded a number of students in her image. Uh, we do not condone that here. And I was unable to get out of that in time. Alright, I need to find this last one. Oh, that's not cool. Alright, Tish, really need you to do your thing, buddy. There we go. There we go. Just slightly short of an hour, but we managed to beat Renala and Godric in under an hour. And look at me heroically spinning in the vastness of the cosmos.
Where did he flee, my sweetings? Come out from whence ye hide. Light aplenty. Where did he flee?
So, we got 2 great runes. And we can go talk to the husk here.
Only fine what you have now to become the finger as now become.
So with that, the seal on the table is broken. But I have a whole bunch of things I have to do outside of the DLC here. We have to take a quick trip to visit Marika's church there. So we head to the Third Church of America, and along the way we'll do the quest line for what's his name? Kenneth Haight.
Is anybody there? Someone who might be interested in rescuing the great Kenneth Haight. Servant. Ah, well, that's so. Despite of young tarnish, I want you tonight to come. What are you with? My phone. Oh, fret not. Celebrate.
Alright. So we agreed to help him out. Gonna need that for later. Alright, so we're gonna rush on into the fort here. Laser beams fired. Yeah, just forcing myself to use the Sword of Night and Flame for the heck of it is kind of fun. God, these guys are way more aggressive than I remember them being. Then again, like, I'm not exactly playing things safe either. Be purged by flames of holiness. Alright, we'll just go grab the Dectus medallion while we're here, even if I'm not gonna use it. Like, I actually prefer taking, like, the secret tunnel to Atlas Plateau. Like, I feel like that's more fitting of a Tarnished to just, like, take the random tunnel. Alright, we go talk to Kenneth. Alright, doing Kenneth's little side quest here, so I can just get a free dragon smithing stone later. Is kind of annoying, but it's kind of just like a brief 10-minute trip for a better payoff later.
I knew I was now. Go ahead. Right there. I've much. What's that look? Well, and even the which is why just you. Would you like? I see bright. Enter. Who knows? What say you? Very. I knew. I shall await. Hold. I see.
Alright, so then we go talk to him at the fort. Like, it's funny, I've done this quest enough time to where I've, like, memorized the steps to do this.
I suppose one must be found a true and I'm sure I haven't the authority. Great Kenny now for a true and I must speak for a true.
Alright, so with that out of the way, we can go talk to Nefeli, and once I do Nefeli's whole thing, I can go to the Albinuric village, pick up the oh wait, I actually have to talk to Gideon as well. Because, I don't like talking to Gideon. He just makes me uncomfortable.
Oh, then I cannot very well. It is safe. Allow me, you, a house guest, remember your
Alright, we talked to Gideon. Gideon ends up moving, so I don't have to deal with him there, but I have to deal with him over there. Nefeli is here.
Then I bid you, I am known as a tarnished eye, and you now belong.
Alright, talk to Nefeli.
You again. I thought you'd receive Felly Luke. I'm glad to see you here. I found it in you defeated him. Make good use of it. I don't intend to.
Alright, we get the Arsenal Charm.
Ah, yes. I wonder if he's in his study. If you haven't already, Father, I'm sure talk. It's about time. I'll see you again, Will.
So, we should be able to save, and then we can just go to the Albinauric village. Yep, now we can go to the Albinauric village. Because I've sort of memorized, like, everything you need to do for Nefeli and Kenneth's Height's quest line, just out of the fact that I want the Ancient Dragon smithing stones from them every time I do a playthrough. Like, if you play certain quests enough times, you sort of memorize what you're doing. So once we get this out of the way, we can go rush up to Atlas Plateau, and then we can go fight Radahn. Which will require getting to Radahn. But once we get to Atlas Plateau, it unlocks the Radahn boss fight. And here's Nefeli.
Oh, well, I witnessed a sight much the oppression of the awaking. Put this time, and though the justice to let the scars. Put this time, and though the justice to the let the scars I.
Alright, so, with that out of the way, we're gonna have to put the Albinaurics out of their misery. Not gonna lie, like, the Clean Rot Greaves and, Gauntlets are honestly the best gauntlets in the game. Well, Gauntlets and Greaves in the game. So we have a bit of a chat to do with, Albus here, the Albinauric.
Dear me. I haven't a clue. No secrets lie with me, not a one. Oh, please leave me be. Wait then. You're not one of them. Well, what a relief. Oh, aye, we're finished. The cursemonger, beg you. You must. And if you can please give it. I chose the medal only a good for deal. My leg, alas.
And Albus literally dies as we talk to him. Like, if you never finish the conversation, he never technically dies. But that's just wishful thinking. Now, we can actually summon Nefeli as a cooperator here. Now, this is overkill, but I like to dunk on the Omen Killer. Like, if you aren't dunking on your enemy, then what is the point of just, like, absolutely just coming here? There we go. Enemy successfully dunked on. Tactical dunking achieved. So if Nefeli is gone, which she is, that means I can head on back to the round table and beat the crap out of Insha for trying to kill me. There's only room here enough for one magic man, and it's not you. Get styled on, son. I am the round table.
You please. It's pathetic. Please. It's pathetic, I know.
Alright, so now we need to go, do the other cave to get the information we need on the medallion. Alright, so we can just slowly work our way through the cave here. God, these things... Now that I think about it, these things remind me of Seath the Scaleless. From, Dark Souls. Because, I just recently finished a playthrough of that, and I'm still in the process of uploading it all to YouTube. Oh, okay, so this Bloodhound Fang... Bloodhound Knight is one of those enemies that have built-in dodge to, magic attacks. Good to know. This is the way to go, I believe.
Felt I told the all hit I or happy was my other. Oh, so old up. Then I've no choice but to trust that this. Let's try my apology. I hope that you. Would you? Can I must go back? There is. Will you show me the way? If you accept, I would glad of the whereabouts of them. Thank you kindly. They say the other half of the medallion is beyond the Forbidden Lands, north of the Castle Sol, on the mountaintops of the giants, accessible by the grand lift of Rold. Then I suppose farewell, Loeb. I will go with the time. Forgive me and call upon me when needed, and I will fight at your side.
So with that out of the way, we need to hit up the 4 belfries, because we need to grab some Stormhawk ashes, and then we can rush on up to the Atlas Plateau. And I hesitated. Yep, there we go. This is the one we have to this is the one we have to use. So we go get the Stormhawk ashes, and then we can Stormhawk King ashes, and then we can call him up. So now I can go back to the round table. Talk to Nepheli again.
Greetings. My name is Rob. Isn't this the round table? I never knew, although I'm still looking for.
Yeah, gonna have to do Roderica's thing, because I'm gonna need Roderica up and running for the DLC.
You're new, no matter. Lay out your arm. Look at her, she has it. I saw in her eyes. I see nothing special. Shrapnel or no, I've no crime. My big. Besides, despite my decides, you know.
It's all a bit. You're telling. I don't believe. If I do, I suppose I'll ask my certainly. If I know who I can tell. If I do, suppose I'll ask my.
Ah, please. It's pathetic, I know.
Yeah, so we went and talked to her. And I do believe I can't do this next step without talking to Gideon here.
You'll be after as your fellow. The inheritors we of the Godric the Great, General Radar, Greater Riker, Morgoth, and you'll still be after me. Ah, indeed. So I had no, honestly. A determined plebeian is more wicked than an omen. I suspect that's just what the dose of ambition.
Shibble. So if I can't snap Nepheli out of it now, I have to come back after I reach Atlas Plateau.
Ah, please. It's pathetic, So you know all right. For indulge father, I would have done, and yet I betrayed. And to think he'd order. Where is the justice? He once told me he would never, as he simply. No, how could I say? Father has, and now.
Can't give her the ashes yet. Okay. So now we need to head up to Atlas Plateau. So once we reach Atlas Plateau, we unlock the rest of the game's boss battles. We beat Renala and Godfrey. Now we just need to go beat up the Magma Worm. Like, I tend to just prioritize getting getting all this side quest stuff done and out of the way. There should be a site of grace around here, though. Yeah, that's what I want. This will make, getting to Carrion Manor later easier if I want to. And gotta leave my phone on. Like, I'm at a point where I'm having to leave my phone on pretty much 24/7. And I'm really not feeling comfortable being in a position of responsibility, but I kind of don't have a choice. All right, we're heading in the right direction here. Yeah, once we get through here to the side of Grace up ahead, I'm probably gonna go get myself some water and brush my teeth, because I need to brush my teeth. So we will be right back, because I need to take care of some things. Because I am on call to deal with all sorts of stuff. And, ow. Stretching. Stretching is really weird. Oh, I forgot to brush my teeth. I can do that later. Alright, so we need to, make our way up here. So I really kind of don't have to worry about my build while I'm just, like, casually running around. Alright, so, we head up the secret pathway, we can get into Atlas Plateau, which will allow us to take on Radon. Now the question is do I want to take on Radon first, or do I want to go take on, Oh, okay. I didn't know that if you light them on fire, they explode. That is good to know. And the question is, do I want to take on Radon or Morgott first? Because either way, I have to take on one of them. I'm not even gonna bother fighting these guys. We're just gonna run past everything. Yeah, forgot about the flying bats. Dang vampire bats. Making my life more difficult than it needs to be. Wait. You can jump onto this? Huh. I mean, it's just a rune, but it's funny enough that I never noticed that before. Oh, okay. They can use Rancor Call. Interesting. Never seen that happen before. That's a unique move set. No, I kind of wonder if they've, like, been silently buffing, like, certain enemies with the DLC. Like, I'm level 578 and I still don't feel prepared for the DLC. Also, I get, like, no runes from killing anything anymore. Oh, okay, way to change your targets, like, last moment there, buddy. Alright, target down. Alright, I'm gonna go brush my teeth because I just don't like the feeling of my teeth feeling dirty. So I will be right back. after stepping out for another moment, I needed to go deal with that. But we can go ahead and hop on up here. And this will take us to the Atlas Plateau. So we hit up our set of grace here. So, now that we've gotten to Atlas Plateau, we can go fight Radon. But, I think it may be quicker for me to just do all the stuff up here and then go fight Radon. Let's just get to the, city, and then we'll go fight Radon. Because fighting Radon is one of the things we absolutely have to do today. So we're gonna skip past the dragon. Because, there's no point in fighting this dragon on account of the fact that it just teleports away after you do enough damage. Like, the thing is there's a couple fights in this game where it's actually just more convenient and time save and better for your time just to, like, run past it. Alright, hit up the side of Grace. Call up my pony. Throw on my invisibility spell. So, typically what you want to do is you want to run past all of this here. Because, fighting this area is really annoying, because they have a tendency to, like, chuck things at you with catapults. Those catapults are surprisingly effective. Alright, hit up the side of Grace. Throw on my unseen form. And then we can rush on into the city. Like, I'm not even gonna bother, like, fighting the tree sentinels at this point. Because here's the problem. I get, like, no runes from fighting anyone anymore. Like, it takes me 5 million runes to level up now. Like, to put it into perspective, it takes me beating Mog, like, 5 times to level up now. Which, in itself, is kind of ridiculous. Yeah, if you get to this side of Grace, they just run away. Which, in itself, is kind of nice. So we're gonna run past the gargoyle, because it's more time efficient if I just ignore it. Like, I'll be honest. Like, I'm not really interested in fighting a bunch of optional boss fights in this area. Because they're all kind of just really repeats of previous boss fights. Like, even the optional Margit boss fight is kind of not really my style. Like, there is an optional Margit you can fight here. Because Margit uses the Mimic Veil. Or Morgat. Whatever you want to call them. You can just use the names interchangeably anyways. They're the same person anyways. And we're gonna have to fight the Draconic Tree Sentinel. And I've really just been using this generalist build to get through everything. But I'm constantly, like, having to, like, look over at my phone because, like, I am on call to deal with any sort of family stuff at the moment. Yeah, not having a job, I have sort of become the guy they're gonna have to foist things off onto this week. Because certain family members are on vacation at what seems to be like the worst possible time to take a vacation. Like, grandma really needs help, guys, and unfortunately, I am the grandson that is most available. Oh wow, you guys are still aggressive. No, don't go after... Ah, gosh darn it. Oh, I never changed up my, flask since I fought, Elden Beast. Yeah, I never changed up my, Flask of Wonders physique since I fought Elden Beast. Wow. That's embarrassing. Like, the Elden Beast is one of the few bosses I've actually, like, adapted a more defensive strategy against just because of Radagon. Like, Radagon, just completely throws me off my game. Especially with the way Radagon seemingly works for me. Alright, magic. There we go. Alright, we're gonna rush into the city, beat up Morgat, whatever you want to call him. And then we will be on our way. Because we do have to get to the Forbidden Lands to get to Morgat, because I absolutely refuse to do Vari's questline. Because it requires me to kill either an innocent maiden, or it requires me to go through the village of Madness, and I hate doing that. Like, Vari's questline is interesting, but as somebody who, like, really doesn't like dealing with the Village of Madness, it's not something I'm really a big fan of. Alright, so, unknown to most people, like, the moment you just, like, even rest at this grace, or touch it, this cutscene is technically automatically considered to have played.
And thus I shall depart. Farewell. I shall leave. I wish you luck. I have no.
But, interestingly enough, it doesn't matter if you don't rest here. Like, the game just considers that cutscene to have played, even if the cutscene doesn't play out. It's really weird, but I've tried to make it through here. And I've actually made it through to the end of this place without resting. And the game just, like, considers her to have already left you once you reach a certain point. And I am wasting mana here. Like, it's really weird, but Elden Ring has, like, a whole bunch of, like, hidden mechanics in the background that you're just not gonna know about. Unless you, like, have actually played the game before. And you've gone super heavily into, just, like, trying to find information. Or, in some cases, you just try to do stupid things, and you discover new things. And, ooh, you get a little envoy horn there. Okay, I cannot hit this guy for the life of me. Like, these imps are a nightmare to deal with. Like, even at, like, Journey 10 here, I'm like, these imps are still just as much of a problem as they were in, like, my first couple of playthroughs. And I'm getting the drop on them with my stealth, but if I don't, like, charge up my spell here, it's kind of a problem. Now, you can fight the tree spirit down that way, but I wouldn't actually recommend it. What I actually recommend... the invisibility spell is really nice, but they can still detect you after the first hit. So if you don't get that first hit off, well, you're kind of in trouble. And I am just going to annihilate this guy with a laser. Because what I'm actually doing here is I'm setting up a shortcut for later. So later on, we are required to come back this way. But there's a door I can open up here that I can just refer back to later. But I have come to, like, find the invisibility spell just really helps me just skip through, like, a bunch of annoying enemies. Like, the invisibility spell is just so useful that, like, it's become, like, a mainstay of, like, a good chunk of my adventure now. Like, I used to think that the invisibility spell was completely useless. And now that I've gotten a lot more playthroughs in, I tended to find that, like, oh hey, no, the invisibility spell actually just allows you to bypass a whole lot of troublesome things. Alright, so let's do some roof parkour here. And there is a hidden bow up here, actually, called the Black Bow, which may or may not have been used to assist in the assassination of a demigod. Like, there's some interesting lore implications about that item just being there. And we are just going to skip past all of this. Thank you, invisibility. Now I'm going to grab the save point over here. Now, this enemy right here, once per playthrough, drops a mask called the Omen Killer Mask. Like, once per playthrough, they drop the Omen Smirk Mask. Oh, and right here we have the Deathbed Dress, and a withered body next to it. Lore-wise, this guy slept with a woman, and that woman drained him of all of his vitality. Literally. There is a term here called death by snoo-snoo, and unfortunately, that guy suffered from that. Alright, so I'm gonna need to come on down here, because I've memorized my way through the city, and I've sort of picked up where I have to go. But the whole like death by sleeping with that woman is something you're gonna miss unless you like actually read like the item descriptions and get a certain ending. And I am having to get really creative here with my way of killing things. Because there's like a whole bunch of lore in this game, and like a bunch of like very detailed storytelling. But you actually have to read the item descriptions. Hold on a moment. Like, this Sword of Night and Flame was a storied sword and treasure of Carium Manor, which is one of the legendary armaments. Astrologers who preceded the sorcerers established themselves in the mountaintops that nearly touched the sky and considered the fire giants their neighbors. Which basically is why this sword can shoot laser beams and emit fire. Like, there's a lot of, like, interesting lore and context behind, like, every weapon in this game. And a good chunk of it is just, like, there, but you actually have to, like, read the item descriptions. Because this game does not spoon-feed you, like, really anything other than, like, oh, hey, you need to become Elden Lord, da-da-da-da-da, claim the Elden Ring. Like, they pretty much just force you to figure things out on your own. Which is kind of half the fun of, like, this entire game. Yeah, and that guy could just tank my attacks with ease. And I almost just got stabbed from behind, because this guy can see through invisibility. Like, this guy specifically can see through invisibility. Like, terrifying thought. I know. Like, the fact that some guys can just, like, blatantly just ignore the fact that you're invisible is actually kind of a problem at times. Alright, so I'm gonna need to set up, drink, and fire my laser. There we go. And that is a minor boss just taken out without any sort of trouble. Gotta love it. Alright, so now we need to go ahead and head on into this building here. I like to make a quick stop in every one of my playthroughs to pick up, well, not exactly a great item, but I've sort of made it a tradition at this point to where I drop down here and go pick up a hammer. Because there is a hidden area here that is kind of off the beaten path. Where we can pick up the hammer item. And we could go pick up a coated sword, but honestly, my big issue with like somber weapons is that I kind of only really need one or two. Regular weapons that I can like modify, I could really kind of use like unlimited of them. And there's a couple of unique enemies here that I could potentially farm, but I'd rather not. Alright, we'll go back to, But with the DLC coming out on Thursday, I've actually made like a couple jokes with my friends that the real end game will be what new fashion is available. And I'm never getting that. Alright, so now we need to go fight the Shade of Godfrey. Oh wow, I just blatantly missed that. Yeah, I shouldn't really be trying to use Comet Azure against this guy, when Comet is just as effective, if not more reliable. All right, there we go. All right, so this will be our last time defeating Margit before the DLC. Get dunked on, Black Knife Assassin. Oh god. Yeah, that reminds me. I need to put on the Black Knife. So, why exactly do I have the Black Knife? The Black Knife actually serves one entirely unique purpose. And it serves no other purpose. It's just to prevent my enemies from regenerating health. That is entirely the exact reason we bring along, the Black Knife. So we summon Melina. Because, why not? Now, I am just not avoiding any of his attacks, apparently. Oh, wow. Way to change your targets, buddy. Alright, I'm a fire in my laser. There we go. Laser superiority. Demigod Feld. Alright, so we have to do this whole thing where I deal with the tree here, and then I rest at the side of Grace, listen to Melina's monologue. And 2.5 hours in, and we've beaten Margit, so I consider myself pretty well off right now.
Hello again, old friend. Allow me a moment to converse with you. You are unable to enter the Erd Tree. No? Prevented by the mantle of barbs. The thorns are impenetrable. A husk of the Erd Tree's being that spurns all that exists without. The only way to stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord is to pass the thorns. My purpose serves to aid in that very act. So I'd like you to undertake a new journey with me to the flame of ruin, far above the clouds, upon the snowy mountain tops of the giants. Then I can set the Erd Tree aflame and guide you down the path to becoming Elden Lord.
Alright, we get the rolled medallion. So, from here, there's like 2 options we can take. We can go fight Radon, or we can go head up to the, next area. What we're gonna do is we're gonna head to the next area, grab the fast travel point. Actually, no. We need to go talk to Nefeli. I play Pokemon, Minecraft, Dark Souls, some Nintendo games. I have like a large list of like games I need to work through. As well as some RPGs I've been gifted that I need to play through. Like, there's a whole lot of things I kind of need to play through. Like, I still need to play through the remaining 2, Dark Souls 2 and 3. I just got, like, Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, and I started a playthrough of that. I'm kind of taking a break from Pokemon, because there hasn't been, like, any new Pokemon games recently. And I burned myself out on Scarlet and Violet. I do play, like, one mobile game called Fate Grand Order. But, that's not exactly, like, super interesting to people outside of the, Fate Grand Order community.
No, how could I say father has a now?
Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to continue further on there. Alright, you know what? We'll go fight Radon next. But, I'm gonna have, like, a lot of time to just, like, sit down and, well, play some games here soon. Because, like, I was talking with my family this morning because I have, like, a sort of family situation going on in the background where, my grandma has, like, taken a decline in health, and, basically, somebody has to be there, like, during the day and during the night to, like, make sure she's, like, actually sleeping and, like, taking care of herself. So, I'm gonna have some time to just, like, play the games I wouldn't play on stream, or I wouldn't bother recording normally. Because, I'm gonna have to figure out how to get my capture card to work with my, laptop here. Because I have a, like, I have, like, an external capture card I could use. To record gameplay if I really need to. Like, I hope she gets better, but I'm also very aware of the fact that, she is 90 years old, and she is, very, how do I put this? Very stubborn. And lately that stubbornness is, kind of becoming a problem. Because, she really isn't taking care of herself all that well. And I've caught her lying to me a couple of times. Like, it's bad enough to where I'm like, I'm catching her in, like, lies. And, like, I'm like, wait a moment. That's kind of a problem. So I'm gonna kill this guy because I need his item, and I was off on my aim. And I was off on my aim. Gosh darn it. If I was just back a tiny bit more. But, you know, like, I'm kind of fine with having to spend time with my grandma. Like, I am very aware of the fact that she is not doing so great. The rest of the family is trying to kind of deny it, but I'm very aware of, like, what's going on. Okay, that can go through walls. That is a problem. But I do have, like, a list of, like, Nintendo Switch games that I've been given, and I can just, like, play through those. But I'm also, like, this is the kind of thing I'm like, oh, wait, nobody would want to watch this on stream. It's the kind of game I'm like, people would watch a breakdown of it, but they definitely wouldn't watch it on stream. Like, they're very, grindy. Alright, try to get it just right. And he got me through the wall again. Gosh darn it. Like, the problem is this guy, you can't lock onto this guy. So, I'm having to spend, like, a good amount of time just, like, locking onto him. But I'm determined to make this work because I need the item he drops. So, like, this obnoxious detour to, like, get this done and out of the way is really kind of annoying. Not helped by the fact that he does, like, way more damage than one can, like, actually heal from. Alright, there we go. We got him this time. Because I have, like, this whole stack of, like, Nintendo Switch games I have just been given. Some of which, I admit, are just, like, pure shovelware. That I really should kind of play through. But, like, there's this thing where I'm like, there are some games I'm just like, I don't think it's a good idea to stream them because there would be, like, no one to watch. And I think that's kind of like a common issue a lot of people have with, like, a lot of games now, where we're like, we can't really justify streaming some games because if we do, we won't get any views. Now, necessarily speaking, I only get like 1 to 2 views on average, so that's not really a big issue for me. But I'm also like, do I really want to play some games when it's just gonna be like me grinding for hours on stream? Because I don't think anyone wants to watch me just like grind for 50 hours straight to try and level up in like insert game name here that takes like hours to level up in. Alright, what was my... Ah, there it is. Alright, memorize spell. We need to throw on Shard Spiral here. But I actually spent like 5 hours last night just working towards getting the Wi-Fi set up at my grandmother's home. Because at some point she got like a new cable box for her Wi-Fi, and she just straight up didn't tell anyone. Because she's old enough to where she really only has like the Wi-Fi for like people who come on over. So my family was like, oh hey, you're the only one who knows how to make this work. We're gonna need you to come over here and set this up. So, like, I reluctantly, like, ended stream off last night and just went right on over there. Because I'm like, they're gonna be super mad at me if I don't go over there, like, right now. Because that's another thing, is, like, I'm sort of, like, at their beck and call. To, like, go over there and solve any technology-related problems. Because, unfortunately, I'm also the only grandson who can drive right now. Because not being able to drive in an area where there's, like, no public transportation is kind of a problem. Like, there is no public transportation in our local area outside of Indigo. And Indigo doesn't have like bus routes going through any of the areas near where I live. Oh gosh darn it. Nope. Yeah, I just barely avoided that. Yeah, this boss fight is actually really annoying to deal with. But it gets to be a point where I'm kind of like the only one available who's really able to deal with that stuff. Which in itself is kind of problematic. But a lot of people's grandparents are exactly the same way. Like, the thing is like, I've noticed this among my parents as well. They don't adapt to new things all that well. Whereas with me and my siblings, we're like, we can pick up how to do things pretty quickly. Well, we won. But learning how to like set up a cable box was a new experience, because I had to like actually look up how to do it. Because I'm like, okay, this is something entirely outside of my skill set, and I'm like, but if I don't do this, my family's gonna be super mad at me. So I'm like underneath like this desk, like in the dark, trying to set up like internet for my aunt who is watching my grandma right now. And I'm like, I have never done this before. And this is really kind of annoying. But it certainly provided, like, a unique perspective on, like, what I'm gonna have to be dealing with when I'm older. Because I've noticed that, like, a lot of my grandma's problems, my parents are starting to have as well. So that is something I'm gonna have to, like, get used to dealing with. But I'm also in the process of, like, making a note of everything I'll need to bring with me when it's my turn to watch over my grandma next week. Because we've worked out a schedule as to, like, who has to go watch grandma on what days. Because at this point, they finally caught on to the fact that my grandma doesn't really consistently sleep where she should sleep and when she should sleep. Because no one in the family believed me that grandma was sleeping on the couch until I'm like, yeah, she's sleeping on the couch because she can't make it up the stairs anymore on her own. And, like, it's kind of a problem when no one in the family believes you about, someone having health problems. And this area is a nightmare. Welcome to Florida, everyone, where everything is trying to kill you. Yeah, this entire area is just Florida. Ugh. But I've tended to notice that, like, my family is sort of in denial about a lot of the problems my grandmother has. And unfortunately, I am, like, really the only grandson that's doesn't really have a full-time job right now. so I am on call for everything.
The stars have aligned. The festival is nigh.
Yeah, okay.
The festival.
Ready as I'll ever be. So I'm gonna skip the cutscene here because we want to get to the fight. So to battle, everyone. So the Radon fight is actually one of the easier fights nowadays. Albeit this is one of the more interesting boss fights. Because Radon can 1- and 2-shot me, like, even with the best armor in the game. And I should not have done that there. Alexander and Blythe. Alright. Pretty much anything that pays at this point. I'm a substitute teacher who is, like, in the process of leaving teaching. So, I'm not exactly too picky as to, like, what I'd be willing to do for employment. Like, right now I'm looking into, like, remote jobs so that I could potentially move in with my grandmother. But remote jobs is very vague. Like, I'm just looking for anything I can work from home and support my grandmother at this point. And my parents. So, like, I'm kind of just, like, spreading the net as far as possible. But, I'm also... like, kind of halting my job search, just to, like, take care of my grandma this next week. Because, like, I still have guaranteed employment as a substitute teacher, this next school year. It's just, I'm gonna keep trying to find something outside of that. Because, during the summer, I don't have a job as a substitute teacher. Which is very problematic, because I don't get paid if I don't have time to work. So, there is that. There's also the fact that, financially speaking, as a substitute teacher, I can't afford to, like, rent my own place, let alone, like, really take care of myself on my very poor wage. But, like, I used to want to be a teacher, but having seen and experienced what it is like to try to become a teacher, and the way teachers are generally treated, like, no one should ever want to be a teacher right now. Like, I say that as somebody who, like, honestly enjoyed teaching for the brief time I was a student teacher. but at this point, going into teaching just feels like you'd be killing any sort of career, as well as you would be walking into a actual disaster just because of how poorly they treat you. And this guy... Whoa, okay. Oh. Okay, yeah, I know why this guy managed to tank so much of my attacks. Fun fact, at night in this game, if the enemy has glowing red eyes, they are stronger and deal more damage. That's on me. I forgot about that. I should be using invisibility to just, like, bypass all of this. But there's a lot of, like, telecommunications jobs and, like, data entry jobs I'm looking at. Like, I wouldn't mind working in a government position either. Any sort of, like, local government job would be nice. Now let's keep throwing on my invisibility. I've got a bit cocky in not using it. Because there's that. But like, a couple of my friends who have, like, popped in on stream have asked if I would like to, like, make streaming a job. And, like, I'm honestly of the mind that streaming as a career would be a very bad idea for me. Mainly because my family would just be so vehemently against it. Like, my family is not a fan of any sort of live streaming, which is very unfortunate, but I understand where they're coming from. And given I actually have, like, a college degree, my family kind of would want me to use them. Or at least, use that degree to get, like, an actual, like, paid job. Like, I think there's, like, an unspoken, like, agreement that, self-employment is not something my family is generally a fan of. Alright, this guy on a horse is an absolute nightmare to deal with. There we go. Like, I put on all my buffs to deal with him because that guy is scripted to, like, dodge magic attacks outside of Night Comet. And I do not like the fact that you cannot ride your horse here. Because, like, there's certain distances here where I'm just like, it would make a lot of sense for us to just be able to ride our horse. but we can't do that. And there's actually an optional boss fight I could do that way, but I'm not really interested in doing that boss fight. Alright, so we need to go ahead and head into the Forbidden Lands here. And we need to rest here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some pretty funky shenanigans here. And with my invisibility spell, I'm going to bypass most of the enemies here. Because this entire area is just filled with enemies that are designed to ambush you with really small hitboxes. And fun fact, the invisibility spell also affects my horse. But there's all sorts of like really annoying traps here that there's like a very slight chance to trigger them. Such as a poison trap. And these enemies also have like death burn and bleed on their weapons, which are really annoying. Oh wait, hold on a moment. I kind of want to see if there's anything up here. Because I'm fairly certain I can't make that jump. Yeah, let me go ahead and try. Oh yeah, there's nothing up here, but it was worth looking. It's always worth looking. Now, typically speaking, I would fight this boss. But I'm not. And I have a reason for doing so. Rather than fight the boss directly, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sort of cheese this boss. So, oh, your rarest Pokemon card is Zacian? I haven't bought any, like, recent Pokemon cards. Because Pokemon cards are horrendously expensive in my area. Not helped by the fact my local, like, Target just, like, overprices everything. Because I actually went and, like, compared the prices to, like, online prices from my local Target. And at my local Target, everything was, like, $20 more expensive than what it would be, like, online. And it's some really interesting, aggressive, like, pricing on a lot of things. I've actually gotten back into collecting Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Because Yu-Gi-Oh, if you, like, wait a couple months, like, the price on Yu-Gi-Oh card sets drops significantly. The actual problem, though, with Yu-Gi-Oh is you cannot directly buy them through Konami. You actually have to go through, like, an intermediary, no matter what you do. Because with Yu-Gi-Oh cards, you can't buy them, like, directly from, like, Nintendo or anything. you actually have to, like, buy them through an approved seller of the cards, which is really kind of interesting for me, personally. Because, the other day on stream, like, I had just gotten my internet set back up, and, like, cards I had been waiting for had arrived. So I did, like, a card opening stream. And, like, the thing is, like, a new Yu-Gi-Oh card set costs, like,
His father has
$90. Which in itself is absolutely terrifying. But having waited, like, several months to pick up a card set, I was able to get 4 boxes for $30 each.
Oh, and you got Raz's mask foot now.
And I was able to get all but 1 card
Nicola, his twin, Luna Princess, and Rani
in the set.
If you should learn, I'll trade you 3 both as such.
Which was actually really kind of nice. Because
You.
you pulled a Heart of the Earth Dragon. Yeah, let me look that up here. Oh, nice. Wikipedia. Cannot be destroyed by battle. Your opponent also takes battle damage you would have taken from battles involving this card. Once per turn during your opponent's end phase, you can detach 1 material from this card. Banish all your cards your opponent currently controls that were normal summoned or special summoned, or were set this turn. If this card is destroyed and sent to the graveyard while it has material, you can special summon this card. If summoned this way, it gains 1,000 attack for each banished card. Oh wow, that's pretty broken. That's really kind of broken. Like, I just recently opened, like, the Legendary Duelist pack for, Mako Tsunami. And, like, the most valuable card in that set goes for, like, $15, I think. And that was, like, the 1 card I was missing. And I actually caved and was like, you know what, I will order it. I'll actually order it online.
No, how could his father has now?
Like, why can I not seem to get Nepheli here? Because there's problems with this area here, where sometimes certain quests just won't trigger. Now let me look this up here. Like, I just finished recently watching all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Up to Yu-Gi-Oh! V-Reigns. And let me tell you, it is a slog at sometimes. Oh, I have to, like, progress Roderica's quest line. That's why I wasn't able to do this here. Like, I keep forgetting that Roderica is a thing. But I have not watched, like, a good chunk of the Pokemon franchise. Because, Pokemon is really hard to watch. Not because it's bad. Pokemon is really good. Pokemon is really hard to watch because its seasons are all distributed across multiple different streaming platforms. And you have to, like, figure out, like, which streaming platforms it's on. Yu-Gi-Oh, on the other hand, is an entirely different issue.
How could I say father has now? Is that I can
Yu-Gi-Oh has an issue where its various dubbing and subs are all split across multiple streaming platforms. The original Yu-Gi-Oh, you can pretty much watch that on any streaming platform that has anime. Yu-Gi-Oh GX, if you're gonna watch Yu-Gi-Oh GX, it has some interesting issues where,
in this ash, it reminds me. In this it reminds me.
if you want to watch the first 3 seasons, you can really watch it in any language. But, the 4th season of Yu-Gi-Oh GX, you have to watch it subbed, because it is only available subbed. Because, there's some interesting, like, decision-making behind, like, Yu-Gi-Oh GX and Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds. Yu-Gi-Oh GX and Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds have an interesting problem where there's the end of their show was literally cut off in the American version because executive meddling decided, oh hey, it was easier for Yu-Gi-Oh to just straight up end off at that point and move on to the next franchise because they didn't want to get behind on the cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc V, on the other hand, didn't cut off anything. And Zexal did not cut off anything. Which was really weird. Admittedly, the English versions of Yu-Gi-Oh! All have, like, a bunch of, like, really interesting censorship that they really don't talk about all that often. Because a lot of the, like, stuff in the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX anime was actually censored. Oh, you finished Berserk and are now watching Vinland Saga? Those are on my watch list.
I must be but a true.
So that is a thing. Like, I have a bunch of things that are on my watch list as well. And I'm just gonna have to, like, specifically go watch certain things.
In this ash, it reminds me.
Like, I'm still watching the Yu-Gi-Oh! V-Rain series.
Now I can
But as far as Yu-Gi-Oh goes, I've sort of gotten to that point. I know Berserk is a heavy influence on this game, actually. Apparently a lot of concept designs were based off of some of the Berserk series. And okay, I finally finished this quest line so I can get the smithing stones I want.
It's been some time. Thank you. I told Father I remembered this land is my will call.
Like,
Some call me by the way I have now ban. I cannot express.
there we go.
Become I would gladly.
Ah, safe and sound. Ah, dainty enough such for the time at which time by raising you. I hope it is.
Yeah. Like, 2D, 3D animation is really kind of weird. Because a lot of animation... Alright, that's another dragon smithing stone. Like, a lot of, like, 2D to 3D animation just does not translate well. And that's actually something that you notice, like, with a lot of, like, later Yu-Gi-Oh! Where they do, like, this attempt at, like, doing some animation, and it just doesn't work out all that well. Alright, so... we need to do some funky, shenanigans here, where I have to, get to a certain point on the map here. And that requires a lot of exploration. And this is actually one part of the map where invisibility becomes one of the most useful spells in the entire game. So I slap on invisibility. And we can go from there. But, anytime anime tries to, like, implement, like, 3D, it's a big risk, to be honest. Not because 3D is bad, but because, 3D is actually considered really expensive to animate. And animation studios are generally running on a shoestring budget. Which, in itself, is kind of weird. Because you would think, like, if you're doing some big-ticket, animation, you would want your animation to look as good as possible. But they typically don't do that. So, this area here, where we're running across, I have an invisibility spell set up. For good reason. Across the bridge here, there is a very specific giant here who has the ability to see you from all the way across the map. With the invisibility spell, I can actually get up close to him without being detected. But once you get super close, like I am right now, he detects you. Like, at this point, he detects us. And as soon as he shoots, we can run across. Like, this is where invisibility becomes, arguably one of the most useful spells in the game. The annoying part is the invisibility spell, like, takes so much time to actually track down. Because you actually have to go to, like, this very secluded spot in the map to find it.
Do you hear me? It is I, Lieutenant. We're almost there. Castle Sol lies just off to the north, where the other medallion is housed.
Alright, so I have to head to a very specific spot up here. But there have been like some interesting animation over the year that just got absolutely canned because they used 3D animation. Like, I don't remember what it was called, but there was this one, like, specific 3D animation that just absolutely got destroyed review-wise because the 3D animation was just so, wonky. Like, the anime was so bad that it got the, like, manga canceled. Like, that was how bad the 3D animation was. Which was a darn shame, because I distinctly remember... Like, I can't remember the title, but I remember the manga actually being pretty decent. But, that's another thing, is, animation is actually considered a really big risk for, and I'm having problems here. I cannot seem to, latch onto things here. With my, lock-on. That is odd, and whoa! Whoa! They have never done that before. Whoa! Well, that's a load of crap. They have never done that before. And once I beat Mog today, I'm probably gonna have to end off, because it is super hot in my local area. And, like, it's bad enough in my local area that I don't think my air conditioning can actually keep up with the heat today. So, I'm probably gonna play it safe and, like, end stream off as soon as I beat Mog. Because that is technically the last thing I need to do before the DLC. So, there is that. And today is Wednesday. So the DLC drops tomorrow night. Oh, the weather changes every 15 minutes for you? Because it's the UK? Understandable. I mean, I live in Indiana, which has pretty similar weather to the UK. Except, instead of raining, it's just like random temperature changes all the time. Yeah, I am just gonna run past all these boss fights, because I am on a time crunch now, because the temperature is like rising rapidly in our local area, and I suspect it's gonna get to be around 90 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about which is about 32 degrees Celsius. Alright, we gotta get them to come out here. Oh, okay. That frostbite actually lingers in the air. That is good to know. Like, interestingly enough, these cats share a health pool. So if you hit one, you hit the other to an extent. Oh, okay. This cat is coded to auto dodge. There we go. We got it that time. You'll actually note that some enemies in this game are actually coded to automatically dodge if you get too close to them. Or if you try to use magic on them. So, we have business up here in Castle Sol. Where we're going to have to eliminate everything in our path. Because in order to get to Mog, I'm going to have to pull a lot of shenanigans and bypass a lot of things. And these guys can see through my invisibility. Anything above 30 degrees Celsius is unheard of. Like, I'm from Indiana, so we get like all the bad weather that you would expect from America, because we're literally in the center of America. So we get both the bad weather from the south and the bad weather from the north. Made even worse by the fact we're in a swamp. So it is what it is. Alright, the Eclipse Shuttle. Yeah, and these guys are terrifying to deal with. Like, I will say that it has gotten worse in recent years. Alright, we got a boss fight here. Whoa, okay, I'm being stun-locked by this guy. Okay, I can't back away fast enough. Well, I almost got him. Like, he literally survived on 1 HP. That is frustrating. Oh, God. I hate it when this happens. And let me turn on some cooling in here. There we go. Alright. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna run past all of this. Yeah, screw you guys. Oh no, this is terrible. Oh, something terrible just happened. My assassin has decided to focus completely on the outside there. Alright. We got him. There we go. Problem solved. When in doubt, just use overwhelming firepower. So I'm gonna go grab myself something to eat. Like a small snack. Because once I end stream I can go eat lunch, but I need a small snack to tide myself over. God, I feel like such a stereotypical gamer. Like, I go down to get myself, like, something to just tide myself over until I go eat lunch. And I'm like, all that's left among, like, the snack food chips in our house is Doritos. And I'm just like, that is the most stereotypical gamer food I could have I could have found. What makes it worse is I actually like Doritos. I am not good. And I used the wrong medallion. Dang it. And the funny thing is it's not like the Cool Ranch Doritos that my mom likes. It's just like, for some reason, like, my mom just, like, loves Cool Ranch Doritos, but she hates, like, regular Doritos. The spicy red Doritos are the best. Alright, we're now about to enter one of the, most annoying areas on the map. Yeah, there is a hidden boss here, but it's completely optional, and I'm not gonna bother with it. Like, at this point, I kind of just want to... like, just fight what I absolutely have to fight, and that's about it. Oh, interestingly enough, this big octopus thing takes fall damage, which is really weird. Because most enemies, like, don't take fall damage when they, like, fall from a ceiling. And here we are, the side of grace I need to hit up. Alright, so I'm gonna go on record to say that this area is one of my least favorite areas.
Lieutenant, we have reached the land of Mikla's Halig tree.
Because you can't see anything.
Obo and I began our travels. It's entirely thanks to you that I'm so close to home. These great snow-laden lands stretch far to the north, and beyond the ancient bowers, in the liturgical town of Ordna, lies the place to which I must return.
Like, we're pretty much forced to just run around in the dark and hope we don't die. And I almost just got killed by that giant there. Because I can't see. Like, as soon as I find, like... an open area here will be golden. But I can't see right now. Like, I think I have to head down here. Up, no, up, yep, okay. Now, let's see if I can find any sort of, like, site of grace nearby. But I haven't had Doritos in a long time, and I'm just like, well, it's the only thing available, and now I'm like, oh yeah, this is actually pretty great. Alright, this is what I needed to find. Now I can actually see where I'm going. Now, there's a couple of places we have to visit here before we go face Mog. The first being, we need to visit the liturgical town over here. Not to grab anything, but to just activate the Site of Grace. And also, the arrows from the archers here do an insane amount of damage. And I just died to a wolf that, like, two-shot me. Okay. That's terrifying. So I'm actually gonna have to come on down here. Because I'm gonna try and trigger someone to, like, appear and try and attack me. It's only 7 euros. No, 7 pounds when it's 35 pounds online. Oh, that's a pretty good deal. Like, always get good deals. Alright, we're gonna need to look for a portal here. Brand new for such a low price. Like, as somebody who, like, wants to play the Resident Evil series, but hasn't had the chance to, like, that's a pretty good deal. And just one rune for having to, like, run past that bear. That's kind of disappointing. Alright, we're looking for, like, a specific thing here. And it's always hard for me to find it. Here we are. And I unfortunately get invaded. Yep. That's what I was afraid of. Alright, we need to, like, deal with the sanguine noble that just popped up here. And I cannot seem to lock onto him. Oh, he dodged that. And I'm stuck. I am stuck. Okay. So, fortunately, there's an easy way to deal with the AI here. There's a spell called Night Comet here, which the AI is scripted to not be able to dodge. At least, not normally. There's only one enemy in the game I can think of that is scripted to be able to dodge literally everything, and that's Melania. And she's just hard because, well, she's Millennia. So the question is can I beat Mog within the next 12 minutes and make it so that I only have spent 4 hours getting to the DLC? Because I have a plan. Because fighting Mog is the last thing I have to do today. Like, my Elden Ring video on YouTube isn't all that great, because I kind of had a lot of problems with the footage there. Like, that was my first playthrough from, like, all the way back at the start of the year, and I have come a very, very long way since then. Like, almost hilariously so. Alright, so I made it to the Mogwin Dynasty. Alright, so. Switch that out for you. Get rid of my shield there. Where is my ritual sword talisman? And but it does provide like somewhat of a good example of like what all there is to go through. But in my Elden Ring video, I literally went through and fought, like, pretty much everyone. And I put in, like, what footage was at least usable. But I figured that with the DLC coming out, like, I kind of had to get that, like, released, like, when I did get it released. But I ended up having to, like, delay the release of that video specifically. Like, even after I finished it and I was, like, ready to upload it. Because my internet was out during that time. As in, our cable box for my house just stopped working entirely. But I have, like, a system here to, like, efficiently get through this. And I just took blood loss damage. Darn it. That is frustrating. But I've learned a lot in these 6 months about Elden Ring. Mainly through a lot of goofing around. A good chunk of Elden Ring is just trying to figure out what works and what will allow you to kill enemies pretty efficiently. Like, my problem is I am so ingrained as, like, a magic user that I just find it really hard for me to, like, actually do anything other than use magic. And I'm going to have to deal with this abomination here. So that does nothing. Okay, that actually does something. Yeah, this thing has more HP than some minor bosses. It's that much of a problem. There we go. Oh, it's still alive? God, this thing is so annoying to kill. Like, I'd be impressed if it weren't for the fact that it's so problematic to kill that thing. Like, Mogwyn's Palace is kind of annoying here, because it takes me quite a bit of time to just, like, wipe out all the enemies. And you get to a certain point where it's just more convenient to just run past everything. Okay. Because Mogwyn's Palace shouldn't take me more than 10 minutes. Like, the longest portion is literally just this part where I am, like, wiping out all of the undead that call this place home. Alright, so now I need to run through here. And not bother fighting any of the guys. So, if you run past this entire area and you don't bother fighting the guys, they actually stop following you once you pass this threshold up here. So, you're actually incentivized to just skip past all of that. Alright. I got 4 minutes on the clock here. I need to defeat Mog within that time. So, I need to switch things up real quick. Put on my goofy damage helmet. Magic. Magic damage. Magic damage. And, increased spellcasting time. Rest at the site of grace. And I know I should be, like, fighting these guys back here. But we're gonna skip those so I can just get to having completed everything you need to do before the DLC in under 4 hours. Alright, so we run on in. Skip the cutscene. Summon Tish. Back away a bit. Fire my laser. Oh, nope. Change of plans. Yeah, we had to change plans because we got we got our aim thrown off. And that blood flame is a problem. But we got this. I just need to, restore my mana. There we go. We won. We did everything we need to do before the DLC in under 4 hours. Time results will not be replicable. Because I knew everything I needed to do, and, I also, like, got sidetracked a lot. But, we do need to, take a brief trip downstairs to grab an item before I end things off here. Because downstairs, there is an item that I want to grab before the, DLC. And I need my staff back, please. Alright, switch to Holy. Shard of Alexander. Ritual Sword Talisman. And, Light Load. There we go. This should be enough to, get the last little item here. So we did everything I needed to do for the DLC in under 4 hours on New Game Plus. Which I consider this to be a win, because this sets me up for tomorrow night. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow night, because tomorrow night, I'm going to go over to my grandma. And I know my mom's going to be watching her tomorrow night, but I don't know if they're going to need me there tomorrow night. So we'll wait and see. But we're going to go ahead and wipe this out here. I am the wizard. There we go. So we grab this here. The Somber Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone. With the number of, like, new weapons in the DLC, I'm gonna need that. And I am actually, after this 4 hours, just short of leveling up. Which is actually kind of funny. Because it now pretty much takes me getting through the entire game to level up in Elden Ring. Of course, I'm gonna have to, set my stuff back up to, where it needs to be before I end things off here. Because, what my plan is I am going to start off the DLC with a specific build. And it's just basically going to be a pretty general build in itself. And then I will adjust things as need be. Because I already know what weapons I really am used to using. But I'm going to end up changing them before I do anything else. Because I want to go into the DLC and pick up new weapons to use. But let me go ahead and memorize spell. And what is a good incantation for me to know? Oh yeah, Flame cleanse me. There we go. So, this is my, setup for Elden Ring. Going into the DLC. And I am super ready for this. I don't know about some people, but I am ready. Current level, 578. Highest level is 713. So, I still got a long way to go to the max level. But I am actually very happy with, what I have here. Actually, hold on a moment. Throw on the black knife for, when I absolutely, need it. Alright, so this is gonna be it for the stream. I'm hungry, and it's getting super hot. And I don't feel comfortable letting my computer run during this heat. So this is gonna be it for tonight. Well, today. See you around, Kronos. I appreciate you stopping by.